Did I mess it up already? Yes. So this is what we are doing, and we need music. And then I need to be on the right tab. Hello, people. Today I decided to dig out this ancient thing from my cupboard, and this is actually my older graphics tablet, not the newer one. But I don't think I'm gonna need the Cintiq for this, what I'm doing today. At least this is how I feel about things. Also, the Cintiq is just a pain to install because it has so many cords and it weighs a ton and it takes up so much space. Okay, so let's find a pencil that works. Let's see if like all the keyboard shortcuts still are in my muscle memory. Probably not, but it's worth trying. Okay. I think this is going to be fun because I can change the brush sizes so easily here. I have no idea if the canvas resolution is kind of like shooting a bit too high, but I'm gonna figure that out after I have done a character in this scene. So I'm still using the same kind of tricks that I did show in my how to get started in pixelart tutorial, and that is how I'm going to be doing this whole thing as well. So I'm going to be listening to my own advice. I have a keyboard here in front of me, so okay. These are colors that I did by an automated process, so this is not the usual amount of effort that I put into palettes. I used one of my older pixelart pieces that I used as a thumbnail for this live stream. So because I have sometimes heard people complain about it, also I can't believe that this is a thing, but when you start the live stream, you do have to put a thumbnail for it. And when you use an illustration, obviously it's not the illustration that you are going to be doing during the live stream. So if somebody is here because of that, then now you know how. Okay, so I was supposed to do a new layer. Wait, since these colors are so easy to color select separately, so I'm just gonna like do block in for now. And I understand that this doesn't make for like awesome stream material when I'm zooming out, but for composition I really highly cannot recommend it enough. Just having the whole image in full view makes it so much harder to design a composition. Welcome, One Odd Parrot. That's a fun name. Also, Saras Konstigheter. I hope I said that name right. I think I had said Saras before, but that is definitely a Swedish name. You should come out with NFTs. Well, when the platforms start taking responsibility and do NFTs in a way that doesn't destroy the entire planet, then I will consider it. But currently all these NFT platforms are for greedy and selfish people. So I don't want to be labeled as such. So I'm not going to be doing that before the platforms change. The technology is already there, so it's really about them just doing what's right. I think this sort of like super chunky canopy would be fun. I know that some people have these like insane rules about pixel art, how you never should be using these sort of like chunky brushes, but I just love the look of them, so too bad. But I understand where those opinions come from, like after the process go or the resolution goes beyond some point, and if you're not restricting your colors, you are basically just doing low resolution art, and it is a different look than pixel art. So I kind of like the look of pixel art more. So I'm just currently inputting the brush sizes with number keys so that I can kind of like standardize the size of the brushes so that every brush stroke doesn't have a different width. That is an impossible word for me to pronounce. Okay, wow, this is a lot to take in. Just hang on a second, I'm gonna have some coffee and read what people are saying. Hello, potato head arts. And Giovanni Bleacchi, or is it Bleachy? I've noticed that you have upgraded yourself to the astral bear status. I think that's cool. It's a wordplay in Swedish with the words art and strangeness. I think that's a cool artist name. Much more intriguing than Angry Mikko, at least. Okay, Mikko, think. So if this is the background color, maybe I should have the whole screen filled with it. I still kind of like this thing, so I'm gonna leave a few color notes for myself to use later. Here, what is happening? It's a live stream, and it wouldn't be a live stream if I didn't paint on the wrong layers accidentally. Okay. This is a criminally short track, but I love it. I think I had a feather on that thing. Yes. So the tolerance should be 0 for this. And anti-alias should always be off. Okay. And I'm gonna take off contagious as well, so that I can get all of the pixels, and then Ctrl X and Ctrl V, and then I'm gonna pull that layer down behind this hill. It's a hill now, I have decided. It's official. Okay. Okay, for this I'm gonna do the same thing as well, because it's really easy to accidentally have your tools with the anti-alias on, because that is a great option by default to have. But not when you're making art like this. And also I'm gonna go into eraser and make sure that from the eraser it is set to pencil mode. Because if it's in brush mode, that means that it has anti-aliasing. I really like the fact that they changed the undo buttons so that you can actually press Ctrl Z multiple times to actually go back in time, because it was so annoying back when you had to do the first undo with a different keystroke as the continuous second undos. Do you know what you're going to paint before you paint it? Like, in most cases, not. If I have an inspiration, which is like 5 times during a year, then I know what I'm going to do. Watching your old Procreate vids caused new to iPad 2, catching a live Photoshop, the story of my life. Yes. I kind of knew that like some people might be disappointed by this choice, but I had this feeling that I might be doing a live stream today, and then when I came here to do it, I just had this like impulse that like I'm gonna be doing a live stream about pixel art, which I have always said that I will never do because it takes way too long to do pixel art. So it wouldn't make sense to do live because there's not enough time to get anything done. But then I just felt like, no, I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't know why, but this is now what is happening. So that's how my brain works. I know that for some people, especially like artists who do online stuff, and it's really important to keep marketing yourself and have like a consistent online presence and see what people are interested in and just like do the stuff that people ask for. But my brain just doesn't work like that at all, and it can be frustrating if I want to, for example, grow my YouTube channel and such, but when I embrace it, when I just like go with the crazy that like, okay, you are not going to be playing nice with me, you're just going to come up with whatever you want to do on your own, and there's basically nothing I can say here, then when I just like go with the crazy, it kind of ends up being fun anyway. So I try to think about it that way. I think I have now found a color that I can use for this. It's there, and I'm gonna get rid of these, because if you use a lot of like transparent brush strokes in pixel art, you can kind of have way too many colors, and just like simplifying everything to a few makes the image usually a lot easier to read. So maybe now would be a good time to think about a character, because that's going to decide many things about the resolution itself. What made you pick up Photoshop today? I don't know. My creativity has decided to choose the path of destruction. So that's what that's what is happening to me right now. And you're all here to witness it. Because honestly, if I can just like be the voice of a reason for a second, it makes no sense for me to do a live stream in pixel art, because like all of my pixel art pieces thus far have taken so much time to create that it's like a suicide attempt, basically. But who knows? This is happening, apparently. So this duplicating and horizontal flipping is something that I do where it's kind of easier to mirror elements. And it doesn't have to be pixel art. Often when I'm like doing raster graphics stuff and I need to, for example, hand paint a ball, but I don't want to use the quick shape tool, I will then use a duplication and then just rotate it around or flip it horizontally to get closer to an actual round shape without going to the mathematical geometric look. I'm gonna try and find a shadow color that could work with this. So if I'm gonna have warm light, that means that I'm gonna have cool shadows. And if my base color is this, then the cool shadows are in what direction? I think I need to use the surroundings to figure that out. So I'm gonna pick this bluish hue and then get it a bit darker. Okay, so it's just a desaturated version, but the color contrast is going to make it look like it's a bluer version, even though it's just the same brown, but desaturated. So I'm gonna use the X to kind of like bookmark colors sometimes that I color pick. And that way, if I need to kind of return to the same color that I was using before, then I can use that like bookmarking method by having the secondary color here, and then I just use X to flip between those two. No, wait, maybe it's two bears. Yes. These two bears that are holding hands. Oh. Yes, this is something that I can get excited about. Okay, I think I'm gonna need like way more dramatic shadows here. Are they watching a portal or did they just come through one? That is the question. Do you use Pixaki? Yes, sometimes. I like Pixaki. I think it just needs a few more features to be like perfect, basically. Hello, can you share the name of the music that you are listening? Is it a list? I can share the platforms that I'm using to license music for this channel and create these playlists. So I'm using Soundstripe, Artlist, and Epidemic Music. I am paying yearly licenses for all of those things. So every month I pay about like 60 euros every single month for the music on this channel. Oh, that's where it comes from. And also that's why I can't just like link to a playlist, because the way that they are created, they are from those different platforms. What is behind them? Is it a tree? So many questions. I have to be careful of not letting those transparent pixels kind of peek into the picture. Because once you have too many of them, it just gets super messy. So it's easier to just like delete them right away when they happen. But if you have like a lot of transparent brushstrokes, it becomes impossible to like clean up that work. Maybe it's like one statue, like a bear statue. I think it might need to be a little bit bigger. Whoop. Wrong scaling mode. Okay, so when scaling pixel art, this goes for Procreate as well. So I'm now in scaling mode. It's important to have this nearest neighbor scaling mode. And you can switch this in Procreate as well. Just make sure that when you are not making pixel art, that you set this back to the bicubic mode, whichever one you prefer. But do not scale in normal paintings in nearest neighbor, but always when making pixel art. So you see now that I got those edges super sharp. There's some weird blob of color here. have you challenged yourself to finish this in a certain time frame? I can definitely say that I won't be like 100% done with this, but usually with all of these live streams, my goal is to have like the visual impact there, and then I will do like the polish stuff later. Because it would not be fun for anybody to watch me kind of like fine-tune like a bark or stone texture for 4 hours straight, because basically nothing is happening there. So also that's the way that I edit my painting videos as well. I don't have like a ton of footage from when I am just like, for example, working on the final details, because it would look like nothing is happening while the video is progressing, so that wouldn't be enjoyable to watch for most people. But I have those processes in my membership for like quite many videos where I show the full process and it's like unedited. But there is like editing, so I guess like that's a lie, because when I shoot a video, there is tens of minutes where I'm just like getting coffee or just looking at the picture or something. So when I am done with a piece, I have to look at like the whole 7 hours of footage, and then I cut out those moments where I'm not working, so that there wouldn't be like dead air in those long form process videos. Are you able to play any instruments? No. I definitely can't play anything. I am not musical in any way, and I think by law they have to throw me out if I start singing in a karaoke bar, because it is insufferable noise level by Finnish law. But I do listen to a lot of music. I can't really say like much about the album, but today when I woke up, I noticed that Utada Hikaru has released a new album, and I haven't heard it even once, but that just made me so happy. I'm so excited to hear it later. If you see the notification for this live stream on Instagram, I used Utada Hikaru's track from the album that I love the most from her, which is Phantom, and Michi is like the best song on the album, but pretty much all of the songs, there are no bad tracks on that whole thing. Could these be like pine trees? Can I do that in pixel art? Mikko, why do you have to make things so damn difficult for yourself? Just do the illustration, you don't need pines. Apparently I do. Oh my god. I take zero responsibility for anything that is about to happen here. Like, oh, this is so irresponsible. But on one hand, it's kind of exciting when you can let go of control, when your creativity has these like strange impulses, like now we are going to combine Finnish industrial knife design with 20s and science fiction robots. That is what my brain said on one game project. Okay. I think the mood is like doable with these colors, but like it's getting to be like quite a lot. So I need to like tone it down a couple of notches. Also flowers, because why not? We already have all of this other stuff going on anyway. Maybe they should be like on the ground level. Yep. I think I need to kind of make myself be convinced that these pairs are going to work out. So that's why I'm kind of now going to pay more attention to them. Because if I can kind of like sell the concept of the image to myself, then I just have way more faith in like doing the other kind of polishing as well. Can I get rid of this whole grid thing? Pixel grid. Yes. So I'm also working on another video, but that's a Procreate piece that is done in this ukiyo-e style. And it requires like a lot of focus to work on because the style is so specific. And I've been teaching concept art in school this entire week. That might be why my voice sounds like I have been screaming in a bar for 3 days, because I've been doing these really long art theory sessions with the students and basically talking all the time. The bad thing about this situation that I cannot name because of YouTube monetization reasons is that when you're doing online classes, otherwise this class would have been in person at the school where these students are studying, you have to talk more as a teacher. I think this is pretty consistent with all of the classes that I have done. Because students are very unwilling to speak during online lessons, which I think is a shame. But in this class, I think I have taken the right attitude that I kind of like make them go through the process of what I have done previously in my live or in-person classes, because it's really important that they do the critique part. Peirogi is saying, hello, bought your brushes last month. Just wanted to say that I love them. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Also, we appreciate it, especially since I had to pay this incredibly expensive tick medicine for Vivi just now. I remember thinking when I was paying for it, like, this is like 16 people buying all of my brushes. But yeah, I'm not complaining. She's worth it. And I know that the medicine is going to be effective at this thing. Vivi has had like challenging start to the year because she's going through this fake pregnancy, so she's constantly digging up a nest because she thinks that she's going to have puppies soon, which is not going to happen, but it's a weird biological reflex that happens to dogs, that there is no like check mark happening in their biology that tells them that like they're not actually pregnant. And she's carrying around all of her toys to her nest. Sometimes, like for example, last Monday when I was starting a class, I could hear her digging the living room carpet like furiously, and I was like, oh my god, with this level of noise, she's probably going to dig a hole into the carpet. I don't think that is outside of the realm of possibility what could happen. Have you ever visited Turkey? No, unfortunately, I haven't. Are the bears watching towards the camera? I think that could be kind of like fun and like weirdly creepy at the same time. Whoop, that's actually a better color. Okay, so this, and then blend it with this. Erase everything that I just did. Oh, it's in screen blend mode, that's why I'm having all this trouble. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. gonna use a layer mask to get that thing out. So on this mask, if you press D, you can switch your colors to black and white, and then just use X to switch between those two. If I want to get like fuzzy about it, I can go back in and like do some like dithering to create the illusion of shading. But I tend to use it quite sparingly. That's because I've never committed to using these like authentic pixel art color palettes that are limited to some colors. I just love using colors way too much to do that. So for me to keep the crispness in the picture, I usually let that crispness be in the shading as well. I think it would be fun to have like some sort of like belly pattern. I can play guitar but can't sing at all. Xaltro is saying, well, that's like 100% more than what I can do. Would you post that extra detail polishing bit as time-lapse later? I think on my main channel that would be like not a smart idea. And I can't do like full video either, since I don't have screen recording on right now. But if like any of the members want it, I can do screen recording of the polishing stuff later. But if nobody asks for it, then we'll just focus on the tutorials. Because I have a cloud painting tutorial that I am also going to post soon. I think there's like a certain level of crazy here that I am kind of happy about. Not sure what that means. How can you be so happy all the time? And somebody doesn't believe me about my bad singing skills, and they should they should believe me if they knew what's good for them. How do you... Hi Mikko, Esme Campuis member is asking, do you use a Wacom or a mouse when you're working in Photoshop? Currently I'm using this. This is my older tablet. Yeah, I don't know if using my Cintiq for this would honestly make this any easier or faster. With this smaller tablet that is not a display tablet, this is Intuos 3, I think. It's ancient. The good thing about this smaller one that is not a display tablet is that for me it's much easier to reach my hotkeys on a keyboard. So my other hand is like here, using the keyboard constantly. But if I have my Cintiq on the table, first of all, it's huge and it would be a hassle to arrange the camera and to have visibility to the live stream screen, which is on the same table at the same time. And it's a hassle. I'm not a big fan of it. Why can I not see anything? Like honestly, what? So somebody was asking, why am I so happy all the time? I don't know. I guess I was just like very nervous about the class starting, how it would go, because I knew beforehand that I had this very strong feeling that like I want to get back to like the feedback session being the same way that they were in the classroom. And I had some difficulties earlier in how to arrange them in online class mode, but maybe it's just because like these students are really grown up and fun to work with that they kind of make that work. It might also be because like these students are a bit older than the classes that I have usually been teaching. Which I think is great. Yeah. Usually with younger people, you have to be kind of like extra careful with feedback for understandable reasons. Like if somebody hasn't heard feedback before and getting into those situations where you have these time pressures to create art in a really quick time frame, and then some of them haven't shown their art online before at all, so they don't have like any experience of like what it is like to share your art with others. So for a lot of people, that's the first time that they encounter it, especially if they're younger. Is this table like a bit too high? When you have an adjustable table, please, if you take only one piece of advice from this live stream, let it be this. I currently don't have that line. Actually, I do, it's there, but it's at the wrong height, I can tell. Make sure that like you have a line in the wall when you adjust the table height, so that you don't actually accidentally work, especially standing up with the table at the wrong height, because that can cause really, really bad shoulder pains. And I think most artists are prone to shoulder problems because we work like this all the time. So at least for me, I can't do bench presses with heavy loads at all, because it's so likely that I will break my shoulder in that position. So I have to do other exercises that are replacing that. Of course, nothing can replace like bench press, but I have to do what I can. I think a bounce light for this moss thing would be fun. Where is the moss? Here. So rather than naming layers, I usually just like color them. That makes them a lot easier for me to find. Hello, a lot of people are saying hi. Hello, Brad. Hello, Marcia. Reggie Lad is saying, how can we enroll on a class with you? All of the art lessons that I do that are available for everybody else is available on the membership. So I do art lessons, and they're very similar to the art lessons that I do in concept art classes. But the class that I'm teaching, it is in a school and it's not open for public. So basically you have to be in that school in Finland. It is in Helsinki, Arabiaranta Metropolia School, in case somebody has that option of going there. But also, if you apply for that school and get in, it's free for Finnish people, by the way, but there's no guarantees that I will be teaching next year or the year after that. Because I don't work full-time for any school. I am just being paid to run this course of concept art. I kind of like that blue shadow. I'm going to regret slapping all of these things on the same layer later, but currently I'm not regretting it, so. I think I want to keep these highlights relatively low because I want to go to the maximum with the grass to get that kind of really saturated look. Okay, so for this layer I'm going to, actually I don't need to lock the layer because I'm already on a clipping mask. I'm gonna fill it with that one color. Screen and then add a black mask to it. And now I need to work in white, so I'm hitting X, and this is like an easy way to do highlights. Usually when I work details in a painting or in an illustration like this, in the highlight area, I think it's smarter to place all of like the detailed descriptions of materials and such close to the sun of the surfaces, because that's where people will be looking at. But if you spend a lot of time detailing a shadow area, unless it's like a focal point in your piece, you might be doing a lot of work that nobody will ever see. Or it might even be like distracting for how people read your composition. One hour, see? Pixel art takes time. My god, I'm in so much trouble here. Okay, I don't like the pines anymore, thank god. But there was something in that color that might be useful, so let's use that. I think these corner pixels are always the most important ones, because you don't want to be kind of telling the viewer that, hey, here's the edge of the image, look here. Like the opposite of what I'm trying to do. I'm just using these blend modes to find that right color. And after the color is found, I'm gonna get rid of all of these layers that I don't need anymore. So I'm gonna try this. I think that's fades into the background more. Thank you, Kesaria Kekutia. It's very nice of you. Sorry. I suffocate here. Tuomas, moro Mikko. Hello, Tuomas. And hello, Daniel. Somebody's asking about the genre of this music. I think it's mostly like chill electronic music. But just stuff that I have found from the music licensing services that I use, that I like. I've had so much trouble with like these, oh my god, did I just, yes, ugh. So I accidentally painted with 70% opacity. I'm gonna hit that into 100%, and now I'm gonna go into contrast and just like crank this whole thing so that I don't have those semi-transparent pixels. I don't need that drama in my life. think I'm gonna keep that sky color, but I might use this for a cloud color base. I think all of those clouds on the right, they are just kind of aligned to avoid this thing, which is like a definite composition no-no. I think it's better to let them intersect properly. And not stack them on top of each other like a hamburger. Okay, that makes more sense. This thing is still a bit iffy for me. What is this blob? It's time to get rid of that. So imagine if I had like named all of these layers, that would have been insane. I know that that's the way that some people work all the time, but like for this it would have just been insane amount of nonsense, if you ask me. I'm gonna lock this layer, and now I wanna find a bluer color for this. So I'm gonna color pick some of this mauve hue here with 50% and then kind of paint it over it. It's still not dark enough. I think the whole layer opacity is 70%, so that makes it difficult to work with. I'm gonna create a whole new layer just to find that color. I think that makes a bit more sense. It's a subtle difference, but I'm gonna keep it. So now I'm gonna crank this to 100% and then fill it. It's just gonna make the grass like kind of glow in a way, which I like. Then a highlight layer. I'm gonna set it as a child as well. Somebody's asking about Skillshare. I don't have classes on Skillshare. All of my tutorials are here on the YouTube membership. No, my channel membership, I should say that, because some people also mix a channel membership with YouTube Premium, which is completely two different things. Wow, did I just open all of these swatches for some reason? Why? Am I using any of these to begin with? No, I'm gonna put it away. this is pretty good, but it's not warm enough. It's just wider. So I'm gonna take that and just like put it a bit more to the saturated end. Let's have a bit more coffee and see what the chat is up to. Is anybody else like working on their art at the same time? How has your creative year started out thus far? How long have you been teaching and when did you graduate? Wow. I finished the art school that I went to before I started working in game industry. So I think I graduated 15 years ago. And how long I have been teaching? Like 6 years on and off. Also, Thomas is asking, I guess you're a graphic designer. No, I am not a graphic designer, and I don't take on graphic design commissions anymore either. So no, I'm not a graphic designer. And the comment about atmospheric perspective, yes, but it depends on the light color and the atmosphere itself. So in sunset, things that are far away might be like more pink or more orange. So it depends on the scene and what the light is. That is atmospheric perspective. Is there a video in the membership about improving light? Yes, there are many. Yeah, and about shadows and blending colors. So yes, all of those topics I have covered. I've been thinking that this year, in this beginner to advanced series, I'm also going to do some tutorials that are not anymore like for beginners, but are like specific step-by-step tutorials for how to do some specific effects. Like for example, in the beginner to advanced series, I already did a tutorial on how to use textures, but that's only one tutorial. And I think I have like one more idea of how then they can be used. And it's a technique that I have been using in some of my recent paintings, but it's not really a beginner technique at all. So it doesn't make sense to be in a beginner to advanced series tutorial set. So I don't know. If I have more of those, then I might start a new series that is just like advanced techniques. But I think I will be doing like the beginner to advanced series for a really long time still. Markus Long joined the Angry membership. Welcome. Also, Markus, if you're using Procreate, remember to download the 100K pack, because that's a lot of brushes that you can't get anywhere else. So because this month is my birthday, so I usually do like 1 or 2 brushes every month. I don't want to commit to making like 1 brush every single month, but usually I have created 1 brush for members to download. but this 100K thing, that's a whole set of brushes, and I'm using that set in the piece that I'm working on right now. So also for everybody who is not a member, you can create one of the brushes yourself for free if you just follow the settings in my 0-hour video. So that's the brush that I'm using for line art in that piece that I'm working on currently. Do you still use Procreate? Yes, of course. How old are you? I'm ancient. I'm so old. I don't feel that bad about getting older anymore. Because with age, like, there's like a lot of good things that comes with it as well. Okay, I think this whole light area is kind of a mess, so this is always like hard to do on a live stream because I want to be kind of like committed to the decisions that I make, but like I have to keep it real, and if there's something that I don't like, I'm just gonna erase it, because that's what I do normally. For stuff like this, I really wish that I was working on iPad so I could rotate the canvas. I'm so spoiled by Procreate for being able to rotate the canvas for diagonal lines. This is like absolute torture for my wrist right now. It's really unnatural for me to make these lines specifically. This direction I can do, but this direction, no. Also, it's insane that if you boot up Photoshop on iPad, that they don't have these pen tools yet in. It's like the one thing that I could use the iPad Photoshop for, but no. I hope it's a situation that will change soon-ish. Luis Leia Guerrero is saying, man, love your work. Thank you. Tyler is asking, how do you become a member? There's a join button on YouTube. That join button is for the membership. There used to be a link too, but I've heard that the link doesn't work anymore. To be honest, after my vacation, I haven't just like gotten around to asking YouTube why the link doesn't work, but on YouTube, you can see a join button, and it's close to the subscribe button. What was I doing? Lake, yes. They haven't added the join button for mobile yet, so it's only on desktop, as far as I can tell. I can't see like my YouTube channel the way that you can see. So if anybody can advise how the join button can be found, I would appreciate that a lot, because that would give me information on how to advise doing that stuff. Also, as I just don't know, sorry. Maybe I should put this thing here so it can kind of like carry this whole corner. Yes, this makes more sense. I think I have some kind of a speech assist on or something that brings up that dialogue when I input things. Why can I not paint anything? I guess a part of me like rebels against the idea that my art should be something that is mainly to like generate views or subscribers on YouTube. And for some reason my creativity just doesn't agree to play that game anymore. Or I don't know if it has ever agreed to play that game. I think that might be good for me, because it forces me to make art that I actually enjoy making. I love doing this piece, but honestly, if I was thinking about YouTube views or something like that right now, I would be working on a tutorial or something. I can hear Vivi scraping that carpet again. She's digging a hole into our living room. Oh my god. Vivi! Kissuli! She looks so determined when she's like... I wish I had some like chicken cookies on the table so I would have some leverage to invite her over and stop doing that. But yes, enjoy the sounds of my carpet getting blasted into bits. Dear Lord. Shift R rotates the canvas in Photoshop. Yeah, but I never use that. It's just not the same. I appreciate the advice, but yeah. The rotate in Photoshop, it's just... For some reason, it doesn't feel as convenient. I guess it's not really like Photoshop or Adobe's fault. They just cannot compete with the hand gesture feeling. Am I now painting a huge detail in the lower half of the image for no reason? Maybe these things should go in a little bit deeper. Otherwise, I'm just going to have like a huge underline in this composition. Maybe I should just continue the image downwards. Where are these mountains? Here. Gonna switch music really quickly. Le Spectra is writing a really nice comment, but like I'm way too finished to keep reading compliments about myself. Like it just sounds like I'm complimenting myself if I read it out loud. But Le Spectra tattoo, thank you. That's really nice. I just don't want the horizon line to be like too close to the middle line, especially after I have spent an entire week hammering this composition rule to my students. It would be kind of ballsy of me to do it anyway. Thomas is saying, many men in Finland look younger than average. I'm 36 this year, Thomas says, and I think I look like 21 if I shave. Yeah, I don't have a lot of beard, so for me it's easy. I'm really lazy with like any type of hair. Like I wear a cap because for some reason I'm not one of those hair gays that like has the endless amount of patience to mess with my hair all day to make it look perfect. I just don't care. I'm sorry, but I just don't care for some reason. And with my stubble, when it does grow, I shave it off when I get enough complaints about it. whoops, I think I just mixed my light sources. So I'm gonna put this into lighten mode because the end result will be the same, but I can avoid messy situations. That looked accidentally cool. We don't want that. Okay. Also, welcome Rak, or is it Rage? Tyler? Not sure how to pronounce that name. Welcome to the mob. So, hi Emma. Yes, it was very spontaneous live stream beginning. I was just having lunch and then I thought like I'm gonna start a live stream in 5 minutes. And then I panicked because I knew that I'm actually gonna do it. Okay, I think the whole statue could use some hints that make it look like it's made out of stone. Oh, wrong thing. I'm gonna do an curves adjustment layer as a child. Are children in Photoshop still called children, or are they also being called clipping masks now? It's confusing. Maybe I should like lift this above everything. Yes. Okay, and then get rid of this and go into the blue channel and crank it up in the shadows. Aditya Thapa is saying, thank you YouTube for not giving notification again. Yeah. As a YouTuber, it would be easy for me to think that the algorithm is against me, but saying that doesn't help my situation at all, so I'm gonna just let it be what it is. I did want to say to this Tuomas, who mentioned the age thing, that I have been carded for beer last year. And I'm always excited about that, because you never know when is the last time that they ask for your papers. I'm gonna get rid of the foliage just so that I can see the shade that I'm working with for a while. I'm gonna mark it with a color so that I know to get back to it. my god, I need to shift my place. When you do a long live stream, oh my god. The bench really starts hurting. Dear lord. I would love to get a new chair, just because of these like super long live streams sessions, so that I don't feel like I've been like a victim of a gang rape after I'm done with a 4-hour live stream. But it's really difficult to find information on chairs that are like ergonomic and fun to use. Because I think a lot of these gaming chairs, I saw this documentary that thought that like all of these different brands of gaming chairs, they come from the same factory, the pieces come from the same factory in China, and it's basically brands competing with each other by just having like different stickers and color treatment on them, but they're basically made out of the same parts anyway. And if you read actual chair reviews, they aren't getting a lot of confidence from people who review furniture. Now, I know that nobody who designs furniture is listening to this, but like if any of you want to do industrial design in the future, there are things that would actually make a difference for a chair if it was meant for live streaming. And these are not impossible requests. Like, for example, when you design a chair, it should be made out of like one single piece of metal, unless it has detachable parts that cannot be done in that way, so that it doesn't creak when you sit in it. Also, the wheels should have these like small wedges so that the chair doesn't accidentally roll around when you use it, or that you could lock the wheels in place to avoid ambient noises. These are features that none of the chairs have, but they would help. So if anybody makes that chair, I promise I will talk good things about it on my channel, even though it's like next to impossible to get a sponsorship spot on my channel. So many of those requests are just so corrupt, you wouldn't believe. Okay. Maybe just like redo that entire thing, which is insanity, but it looks like I'm doing it. Then, okay. I think I'm gonna clump these into a single color and then just see if some like low contrast color accents can help them be more defined. have you tried the latest Pixaki app? I don't know when was the last time that it was updated, but I have Pixaki and I have been using it. If Pixaki adds blend modes, then like there's no reason for me to do any of this in Photoshop anymore, basically. Yeah, I don't wanna hold that developer's feet to the fire because it's one guy doing an application, so it's already pretty awesome how much he has been able to accomplish. So I added more of these dark foliage bits to the corner because I don't want to be drawing a diagonal line directly to the corner. It's one of those things that draws the attention to the corner being like a physical edge. Corners are something that you might not be thinking about a lot, but they make the strongest contrast lines in your piece, even though you might feel like they're not even a part of it. So it takes a lot of compositioning skills to direct the eye to the areas that you want people to be looking at, because they are already being distracted by the corners and the edges of your canvas. So that's why all of the composition skills in a picture, they need to be kind of like heightened from real life. And that goes for all the diagonal lines, details, and the size of the details. Emma, how come first I'm gonna read this comment from kpeds16. The opening area in Kynshade on Steam. Yeah, if a game looks like that, I'm interested in checking that out. Too bad that I don't play PC games ever, so I hope that they bring that to Switch or PlayStation. So Emma Haukom is saying, do you think you can always achieve the same result in Photoshop versus Procreate? Depends on what you mean. I think it takes longer for me to get the same result in painting in Photoshop, just because it's more cumbersome to use. When it comes to the touchscreen stuff, it just takes more time with certain things. When it is a painting that is based on like brushstrokes, and a painting, I don't mean a drawing, but I do mean a painting. But if I haven't been doing that in a really long time, but if I'm using like matte painting tricks, then I would never do that in Procreate. It would be way too time consuming for that. So some things are much better to do in Photoshop and some things are better to do in Procreate. I do color editing on almost all of my images in Photoshop, because Photoshop is a photo editing application, so it's perfect for editing. Procreate is not. But Photoshop is not great for painting. I have used Photoshop for painting for 12 or some years. So I think I have the right to make this statement. You have the right to be upset by that statement, but still. I'm gonna keep that opinion. Okay, now lake business. It's still a really weird shape. Should I just like get rid of it? Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm gonna mark this gray. And on this layer, I'm gonna try adding like a small pathway. The colors are always going to be wrong when I pick them, but it's so easy to edit colors so that it's just faster to have something that is wrong and edit it later than spend an eternity on finding the right colors sometimes. Emma is saying, as an architecture student, I've been using Photoshop for years and I just can't bite the bullet to buy an iPad for Procreate. Well, I'm not going to be the one advising you to do so, because I don't think Procreate is necessarily the right tool. You might want to try, for example, this other app that is called Concepts. And it has more of those tools that are good for technical drawing. Or Sketchbook Pro also has some. So I'm definitely not gonna say that Procreate is better for that stuff. It just depends on how you work and what your workflow is. and what you want to do. So if you want to do architecture illustrations, that is completely dependent on like what is your workflow. I am not an architect in any way, but I love designing buildings, and that's the only reason why I use SketchUp. And my workflow is for designing buildings is that like I might have like a random sketch on chalkboard or on a post-it note or in Procreate, and then I do the 3D plugin in SketchUp, and then I print it out, and then I draw it with pencils. And color it in Photoshop if I'm going to be making a painting out of it. I don't like any of this. Yeah, this is just a no to everything in this area. I'm gonna delete it. Okay, I'm gonna try this other approach by creating like one step for these stairs. And because I only have them in this one area, I can also maybe add shadows. Oh, the shadow color is wrong though. And then copying this. With live streams, you always have the danger of just like working on something that is not going to work out for a really long time. So I feel like I'm doing that right now. Actually, I kind of like it more now that I combine some of the steps. Sally Sings is saying, I'm tuning in and out of the live stream, and I love seeing the progress. Thanks for taking us along the journey. Your compliments. Thank you, Sally. That's really nice. Gunslinger plays, Mikko, would you do a cloudy landscape in the future? I especially like how the light bounces off in the scenery under these conditions. I think a lot of the cloud paintings that I'm going to be doing in the near future are for this cloud painting tutorial series. So there's going to be a lot of those. May I ask why Mikko loves bears so much? I don't know. Bears are just like super fun. They look awesome. They make me feel happy. Wow, this looks really reddish compared to what I imagined. I can hear a small fox moving in the apartment. I think she woke up from a nap. I could hear her doing these like sleep talking sounds earlier. It always makes me a bit worried because I want her to have like good relaxing dreams, but sometimes when Vivi is talking in her sleep, she sounds like she's worried or something bad is happening in her dream. Okay, I know that this is going to be like super long live stream, but I'm pretty happy that like we have managed to do things. Because pixel art really is a time-consuming process. That's why it sometimes makes me quite angry when people talk about pixel art in video games, that it's a lazy art style. It's like those people have never done a single pixel art piece. I don't need you to become like a pixel artist to understand the work that it requires, but just like do like one pixel art piece and then you immediately have more respect for the art and the effort that those people do. And I'm just making like one single illustration here. Imagine those people who make like thousands of frames of animation for a video game. It's not lazy. I'm not asking everybody to like the style of pixel art for games. That is, of course, your preference and completely up to you, but just have respect for people who do the work anyway. Kelk Sticks is saying, I'm working whilst watching you stream. It's actually helping me come up with ideas. Not sure how, as I'm in marketing. Yes, you should include include bears in your next marketing campaign. I think the way imagination works is that like the things that we see and experience are kind of combined in our head to these moments that are inspiration, and we don't really have any control over the combinations, but we can help ourselves by having a lot of new experiences and exposing ourselves to new types of visual input. Not just visual input, but like experiences as well. I recently said on Twitter that your art is not just your work. It's kind of like a diary, a visual diary of your life. So when you have a life that is worth painting about, then it's easier to come up with ideas, and you need to kind of give yourselves those moments of having vacations and breaks, because otherwise you're gonna run out of things to say with your art. So if self-care is somehow like super difficult for you, you can try to frame it as just part of the work. If you care about your art, you are gonna let yourself, as an artist, breathe a little bit and recharge and have more fuel for new things. The end of the playlist. Yes, I think so. Oh, the composition is so focused to the left. I had no idea that that was what I'm doing. I kind of like it. I think I could kind of capitalize on this whole thing. I just need to think how I can make it more apparent in a logical way. So, okay, so here are the bears. I'm gonna get rid of this. And the background statue. If I have this, and then the bears a little bit higher. Oh, that was an anti-aliased selection. Whoopsie. Richard Lin is asking, may I ask Mikko? Oh, yeah, I read that already, sorry. This is confusing. You don't seem angry at all. Depends on the subject. Thomas, I was asked to show papers a few months back when I took my mask off. When she asked, we both laughed, since my full face Viking beard came out. Yes, that's funny. Thanks for not advertising crap just for money. Yeah, I think that would be like a short-sighted idea. It's really hard to make money when you make videos for YouTube, but I think if I just sold crap screen protectors or graphics tablets that I don't recommend, I don't think it would be like a long-term plan for anybody. Because of my job, I have had a lot of like events in the last year, or situations where I've been able to talk with Finnish people who are working with social media, and it always surprises me what kind of brand deals they are willing to do, because I just think that it definitely doesn't seem like worth the money when we are talking about really low sums of money. Because, for example, I know that this is never going to be the biggest art channel on YouTube, but I have worked my ass off to get this channel working. So to use all of that work just to sell some yogurt would not make any sense. I mean, if you put the amount of effort to how much profit you can make that way, it just doesn't make sense in any way. But there are some things that I would definitely talk about in a positive way if I was working with like a partnership with them. I don't know. Obviously, I use a lot of Adobe products, not just Photoshop. I don't have Adobe Creative Suite for Photoshop. I have it for creating these videos, so I use other programs all the time, like Audition. So Clip Studio Paint wanted to do something with me, but I was just like way too busy at that time, and it was around the time when I was like also offered to do like promotional material for Procreate at the same time, and I just didn't want to double book those two different companies at the same time, it would have been like kind of weird. Both are really good programs though. I have nothing bad to say about Clip Studio Paint. I think it's great. I use it myself sometimes. I think especially the 3D capabilities are fantastic. Hello from Spain. Yes. I was in Spain just recently. I was there for New Year's. Hello from Midwest US. Glad I finally caught a live stream of yours. I'm glad you're here. I know that this is not optimal time for anybody in the US, but I don't know. It felt really impulsive. It just felt like I want to do a live stream right now. I feel like I'm walking into some sort of like a secret ceremony where I'm about to be handed the long-kept secret of the forest bears. there's something iffy happening here. I think it's making the bear look a bit too angry because of the distribution of the moss. So I'm concerned about the concerned look. Esme Kamp, who is asking, do you always work in RGB and change it to SMYK if you decide to print your artwork? Yes, because I work mostly for the web, so that's why I use RGB, and in Procreate I use the expanded color space that is available. But for print, I do separately print edits. This is also why I can't just like throw everything that I make into the print shop, because there's a process behind like editing everything for print and making sure that it actually looks good. Oops, I just combined those layers for no reason. Hello, Shishui Haru. Andrea is saying, hi, I find your live lesson painting so relaxing. Thank you. That's nice. It's also like weirdly relaxing for me too, for some reason. I don't know. I wish that I could say that it's confidence, but I just don't care about failing that much anymore, to be honest. Because I'm already committed to making so much art anyway. I will be making art, even if this turns out to be a complete disaster. Which, like, I don't feel like it is, because I kind of like it already. But let's say that this is a complete disaster. I will still be here the next day on this desk and painting something else. It wouldn't be the last painting that I ever paint. Anyway. So I guess like that takes away some of the pressure too. Does that make sense? No, I think it's confusing in that area. No dithering. don't think these shadows look blue enough. I took away almost all of that contrast. Merge all of these layers because it's getting too confusing for me to work on, and create a new version just to kind of play with these edges a bit more. Still a bit lumpy. So like a detailed version of this would be to actually count pixels and make templates to check symmetry, and that is something that I usually do after a stream, or like those are the kind of details that I usually work on in normal paintings after live streams. But I just want the general shape to be like closer to the goal, what I'm going for. I think that already looks easier for me to read. Like this corner is still a bit iffy. Nerdy is saying, hey Mikko, first time on your live stream. Welcome. It's a really long live stream. Do you get burned out from the tedium of art as it's your full-time career? No, no. I do get burned out by other things. Like all of the business stuff is really time-consuming. Just like stuff to keep the lights on. That is time consuming, and it's also really stressful. I don't think that I handle that kind of stress really well. And I don't know if that would go away if I had like 2 times bigger channel and more income that way, because then I would be just worried about the YouTube views. So I think the part of this is just about me not being used to the responsibility of being a business owner and being a content creator. So I swear to God, the color picker works like 1/3 of the time. It might be that the key itself in the keyboard is just not responding. It's hard to tell. Hi Mikko, first time seeing you on live stream. I'm watching from Chile. That's cool. A lot of people seeing my live stream for the first time, and for the first time you're seeing something that I almost never do, which is pixel art. I think this is my first time ever doing pixel art live. The reason why I don't normally do pixel art, because it's just so time consuming, and I had like zero faith in being able to create something that would like have the visual impact there in this time frame. But it looks like I'm doing it. Mikko, you're doing it. You're doing the art thing. Yes, I like this kind of movement in the rocks. It's happening there. I just need to fix this part somehow to connect it to the sunlight. That art is also pretty nice. Thank you. What kind of moment do you enjoy when you make art? Do you mean like what kind of moment do I enjoy when I'm like in the art that I'm making, or in the process of making art? I think in the process of making art, I never get tired of the fact when the kind of mood of the painting starts becoming apparent to me, and the reason why I'm making the piece kind of shows up to the session. Like here, I think it was the moment when I was struggling with like, how do I make this bear? What is this bear doing? Is he playing a flute or something? And then I added the other bear, and when they started holding hands, that is when I was like, yes, like this is worth all the effort in the world. These bears are holding hands. And that is the moment when I was just like super happy and excited about what I'm about to do. And then, yeah, the painting didn't get easier, but I had my reason to make it. So that's the moment that I enjoy, I guess, the most. Sometimes that can come really late in the process. In the illustration that I'm currently doing on Procreate, it's not there yet, and I've been working on it for a really long time. The same happened with the witch's house. It was like the last part when I was working on the outer edges, the vignettes of that piece. Only then did it like finally click into place, but that was almost a week of work before that moment happened. So sometimes you have to be really patient and just trust the process, and trust that like, if you know your stuff, if you know your composition checklist and you know what you're making, you will keep fixing the mistakes that you see in your piece, and eventually it will click into place. Like every artwork is like this. I don't leave anything unfinished. I publish everything that I do. All the art that you see on my Instagram, it's all the art that I have done in that time frame, except commissions. I don't post almost any commissions there because there's always like NDAs and time schedules, and I just don't want to waste my life keeping track of those things. So these days I just assume that the clients don't want their work to be published. I don't know if that is the truth in most cases, but that's what I assume. I still have some coffee left. Jake Nameson is saying, I've known several small business proprietors, I don't know how to pronounce that word, in a couple of different lines of work. Everybody seems to spend about half their time doing all the tedious other stuff. Yeah, so that's common. And hey Mikko, I hope you're well. Well, hello Jake. I think it probably just comes with having a business, being exposed to like the whole path of like how money flows into your bank account. It can be pretty shocking for the first time when you need to do your taxes yourself. Or in my case, when you hire an accountant firm who do accounting for you, and then having their bill come through the mail, and then having the other bill, which is the taxes, come through the mail, and then just be like, oh my god, this is all the money that I need to pay. But yes, I'm all for taxes. Yes, I am in this position that I am now because I have been benefiting from like all the things that were made possible for me because of Finnish taxpayers, like free education and free healthcare and all that stuff. The anomaly is saying, Mikko, you're an amazing artist. Thank you. Thank you for sharing amazing talents with the world on YouTube. Yeah. It's always awkward to read compliments on a live stream. Maria is saying, hi Mikko, love your pixel art. Thank you. Great to see you here, Maria. Esme is saying, love that you're so honest and open about everything in your videos. Yeah, I think that's my personality, that I'm just like normally oversharing all the time. It makes some people uncomfortable, but I don't care. Maybe there's just not my kind of people. Like I have said previously on these live streams, maybe it's just most Finnish people, but for me, definitely, I'm not a small talk person at all. Like if I meet somebody and if they're not like into like really heavy topics within the first 15 minutes, then I will just like tune out, unfortunately. I have no patience for small talk and I don't want to do it. No moi! Kenen pieni kissuli tuli käymään? Sujuuko sulla ihan hyvin täällä? Kiittikoissu. Vivi wanted some attention. How does this look so saturated? Dear Lord. Oh, that looks like bright red. Color relativity is wild. That's all I can say. I'm gonna now pick darker color and then just paint on everything so that I don't have to make crazy selections here. Oh. Four. Taylor Coons is asking, have you ever done watercolors? Yes, before I started doing oil colors and digital art, I was mostly doing only watercolors. I don't really feel, to be honest, I don't feel a pull to use watercolors again. Like maybe I would use gouache, and I don't know, some people call those watercolors as well, but for me, aquarelle and gouache are two completely different things. So gouache, yes, maybe. Or I don't know if it's even like gouache, because it's more like poster colors that I use, which are like a mix between gouache and acrylics. Welcome, Heather, to the Angry Mob. I think it's again because I can see that you have this like upgraded bear icon on you. I'm having coffee and this is so relaxing to watch. I ran out of coffee, and yes, this is the size of my coffee cup. I don't want to like abandon the stream to get more coffee, but like I do have the urge. Maybe I should never become too famous, because I know that I would only spend that money to have an assistant that would bring me coffee during a live stream. So it wouldn't be money well spent. Luckily, I don't have money for an assistant, so no coffee for me. And no downtime for the stream for you. Everybody wins, except me, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna use this same color because I was going for almost that similar color anyway. I think this is going to separate that background a bit better from this cliff edge. And the same has to happen also for these highlights, because they can't steal the attention, even though I really like that green hue. There's something strange happening here. I can see like anti-aliased pixels, which shouldn't be happening, but it's because the edge of this whole thing is still suffering from the selection that I made earlier, which pulled it apart. So I'm gonna fix that now. It's these pixels right here that are making the whole illustration look kind of like messy and dirty. I still remember that first bear illustration that I made. That is the first pixel art piece that I have ever made, and one guy from work said to me that I can't make pixel art because I'm not using the right pixel art colors. And at that time, I don't know, I think I already had like a sense that like You don't have to like my art. It's fine if you have these rules that you want to apply to pixel art, but I don't also have to take these rules as my own. They limit you, that's fine, but they don't have to limit me as well. I think in these sort of situations, you kind of always have this urge that like, maybe I should just have more resolution and more pixels to work with. But it's kind of more fun to deal with the puzzle of like, how can I create this thing that I want to create with less pixels than is available to me? Like, how little details do I need? And I think that's the like the puzzle quality of making pixel art that is just always super fun to work around with that limitation. I remember in this old coffee shop illustration, the two owls are kind of keeping the coffee shop open at night, even though they don't have any customers. And in that pixel art piece, I remember doing the espresso machine so many times. It was just because it wasn't reading in that low resolution, but instead of increasing the resolution, I just kept redoing it over and over, and I'm really happy about that. I think there's still like too much like high contrast noisy detail in this like midsection here, so that's something that I need to clean up later. I'm gonna try to lift my ass up a little bit. Oh my god. Maybe it's because I'm just sitting at the edge of this chair, which is cutting off my circulation, but it's not comfortable. Oh my god. Oh dear lord. This whole live stream should be renamed Pixel Art is Pain in the Ass. Because that's what's happening here. Lester Kamstra is saying, just started experimenting with Procreate, mainly for filmmaking, storyboarding, and found your channel very entertaining and inspiring. So big thanks. Bought the watercolor process out of appreciation. Thank you. I hope you also like the watercolor process, because I think they are really fun to use. I don't know if the watercolor brush set is optimal for storyboarding. So my apologies for that, but I added this like 3 pencil brush in the set. So if you do storyboarding with line art, then that could be a possibility. But for painting, the watercolor process are really fun. Especially if you use like really big brush strokes in areas where you don't need as much detail, then you can get kind of like the most out of those nice textures. And love the process. Probably overkill just for starting out. Yes. I want to be clear that like nobody needs to buy my process. Like my process are not going to make anybody a better painter. And if you buy my process, remember that most of them are designed so that you can just use one brush for the entire painting. You don't need all of them. And if you're just starting out, please don't make life more difficult for yourself by having like tons and tons of different process. If you are kind of using just a few, you will learn how the different dynamics work much faster. But if you're trying to learn how to use like 30 process at the same time, you're not going to make any progress with developing muscle memory to the way the pressure and angles and tilt and all the color blending qualities work with that brush. So it's going to be much harder to learn. When I'm making a brush, I'm using that same brush for hours and hours and making several different artworks with that brush before it's done. Just so that I can know myself that it works. And I can't know that by just like fiddling with settings. This is why I think it's basically impossible to create a tutorial on how to make a process. I can say what all the settings do. You can also see that from like any Procreate manual that they have. But to actually describe the process of how a brush is made, of like what kind of qualities I need to have to create the feeling that it works. That is, I think, what the process of making a brush is, and that is an impossible task to create a tutorial out of, because you're either just scraping the surface or just describing the development of one brush and not how that works in general, because there is no in general, because every time I do have to do the testing, like there is no like workflow that could make it easier for me. I need to do actual painting for a really long time before I can be sure that the brush works, especially if I'm taking the responsibility of sharing it with other people. So I don't want to burden other people with my process that I'm not sure that they work. So I need to make the testing and do the testing myself. Like for example, when I was in the process of making this brush set process for painters, in the beginning I had 30 process, and I made this goal for myself that like I'm gonna narrow this down into just 10 process, and it took me 2 years to do that. I was basically just combining different brush qualities so that I only have 10 process when it started from 30, because I thought that I don't want to make this problem worse for people that are already constantly switching different process, and that is taking away from them spending time figuring out how to improve their composition and all these other things that are way more important for illustration. Learning how to use brushstrokes and how to read them and how to describe volume with them, it's just so much more important than what the actual brush itself is. Where did I hide my picnic table? Oh no. Did I accidentally erase it? No. My God. Keep up the great work. Where are you from? I'm from Finland. East Coast is answering correctly to the playlist thing. But Arneri, I can check one thing. Yes. So Arneri, since you are a channel member, there is a long-form process video of 0 hour, and that is a whole, I think, 4-hour video of the whole process of how I created 0 hour illustration, and that video has music in this playlist. So you could basically use that video as the playlist. That's the best thing that I can do for you regarding this music stuff. I think it's also fun when you're making pixel art to imagine that if this was a video game, what would be the objective of it? Are they on a journey to activate all the bear monuments and then maybe have like some small picnics along the way? I think that would be a game that I would love to play. Like a small hike but less climbing.
Yeah.
Mikko, where do you prefer to do pixel art? In Photoshop or Procreate? Like really depends on what I'm doing. If I was creating like animation, then I think I kind of prefer Procreate for that. Or maybe Pixaki is easiest. But for finding colors, I do like having blend modes. So that's why for colors I prefer Procreate and Photoshop. But if, for example, if you have already decided a palette that you can use, you can just bring that palette into Pixaki, and then I guess it's like the best of all worlds. So it depends on what you kind of want to accomplish with it, I guess. I'm just dropping layers because it's just way too much to manage all of this. Because I could just select the greens. So I now pressed Ctrl H, which hides the selection marquee, but I have a selection on. So the selection will just be confusing for my eyes to watch to focus on what I'm actually doing here. Hi, I am Fredman. Thank you for stopping by. And about tools, I think it's more important to make art than keep searching for new tools, because the same problems are going to be there anyway. If you feel like it's tricky to make art because it takes a lot of work, then that problem is going to be there with every program. But it's always going to be a lot of work. Sometimes it just happens to be easy, but like those cases are quite rare. for me, it's also one of the reasons why I'm not that interested in making like app reviews all the time, because that would require me to constantly keep learning and using new apps, and I would be in this learning phase all the time. And honestly, I just want to make art. That wouldn't be it for me. And if I spoke, if somebody watches my videos, and this is going to sound really selfish or self-involved, but they probably have like a positive impression of my art. And if that kind of a person is constantly talking about different art application products, it makes it seem like that is somehow important to learn art, what application you are using, and it's not. And I wouldn't want to be the reason why somebody gets this idea in their head, because that stuff is everywhere online already, and I would hate to kind of add to that noise. For example, the people that are now in my concept art class, like they are using all of these things that we have talked about earlier in this live stream. There are people who use Clip Studio Paint. There's somebody who is using Paint Tool Sai, even Photoshop, Procreate, all of the things. And it doesn't matter. The art classes that I teach, they have nothing to do with those applications. If they do the exercises, they will do better art in like all the programs. Learning art is not about learning applications. Are you just using mouse and keyboard? No, I'm using a Intuos tablet. And a keyboard. A cheap keyboard, mind you. Hello Nathan, welcome to the first live stream ever. They are not usually like this. I think the last few live streams have been really chill. Maybe there's just something that is happening with me, that I'm finally able to relax when I'm doing this. I remember when I started, I had like this like whole pressure of like, I wanna make good art, otherwise people won't subscribe to my channel and it will be a disaster and nobody will respect me if I make some horrible mistakes. But that didn't really help me make any better art, so, and it made that process kind of more stressful for me, so might as well enjoy it. Yeah. Hello from Indonesia. Hello, Indonesia. Everything you create is beautiful. Oh, I assure you it's not, and has helped me get back into art. Well, that's amazing to hear. I'm really happy that you have managed to do that. But all credit for that is like to you. You are the one who made that happen, so keep it up, and I'm sure that I hope that art can be enjoyable for you. Sometimes it can be difficult to find that approach in the beginning, but I think it's always worth it. I'm using this brush as a measuring stick for that other line's height. Nathan is continuing. Bob Ross always said that there are no mistakes, just happy little accidents. Yes, Bob Ross always talked about happy little trees. I think these are happy little trees in the background. I think this whole thing just like makes me smile right now. Once you have kind of like spent enough time with your characters, like they start feeling like they're your friends, and I like that feeling. Audra Hamilton is saying some really nice things, and I'm really glad that you came to this live stream, but with all due respect, I don't agree with the last thing that you said, because Audra said that you are naturally gifted. I am definitely not naturally gifted, and I hope that everybody can understand that, like, it takes a lot of work and practice and a lot of those like ugly paintings and to develop art skills. So it's normal to be frustrated in the beginning because you can kind of like see what you would like to make, but it takes a really long time to get to that point before you can communicate those ideas through your illustrations. So nobody's just like born with those skills. Nobody knows how to use hotkeys when they are born. It just takes time. But it is doable. I don't want to have this reflection. I think it's the level of realism that I'm not looking for here. Whoa. Totally messed that up. Okay, that's better. Amaya blah blah is saying how to get past the ugly face, the ugly sketches of any drawing. I don't seem to be able to. I get upset and close the app. Well, art and creativity like doesn't really owe you anything, so it can give you an idea when you start working on it. If you like stop before you get there, that's on you. That's not because like the art somehow failed you. So you do need to put in the work to see what you want to see on canvas, and sometimes that can be several days and just working on it before you get past the ugly phase. And I know that it can feel frustrating, but if you always stop at those moments, then you're not going to develop those skills. I know now at the stage that I am with that piece that I am working on, it is in that ugly phase after several days of work. But I know also that because I feel frustrated that it doesn't look eye-pleasing to me, or it doesn't look like the way that I want it to look like yet, it just means that there is this like massive clue in this whole situation, that here is a moment where I have the privilege and the opportunity to learn something new. I don't know yet how to make this illustration, but it is as clear as daylight that because I feel frustrated and I'm not there yet after all this work, then there is a lesson in this process that I can learn. And if I just finish this piece and not run away from that, then I will have finished that piece as a better, more skilled artist. But if I just run away and wait for an easier painting idea to come along, then I can continue making art, but I won't be better afterwards. So like, those are not easy conversations to have with yourself, but I'm sure that you will feel proud when you finish those pieces, despite them feeling almost impossible at some point. Just have grit. It looks kind of like more shocked now. I think I'm gonna keep it. I was supposed to do just like a glow, but kind of like the level of craziness that is happening here. I'm gonna keep it. Yes. Hi Mikko, nice to meet you. Hi. Have you done pixel art in Procreate? Yes, I have a whole series of like Procreate specific pixel art tutorials too. TK is saying it's some bear friends enjoying a picnic at the Bearstone viewpoint on a bear mountain. Yeah. Are they friends? We can't know. Maybe there are more. Okay. Weird two lines next to each other. With pixel art, you kind of have to be more careful with monotonous line rhythm because it can happen so easily accidentally. I remember this one game or two games that I've been working on that have been done with voxels, and all the round shapes would, especially cylinders, would create these sort of like rows of lines very easily. So it was like a constant battle against those shapes, because the voxel shapes were created out of like polygon models, and then the voxel grid was kind of just put on top of the 3D models. Okay, now we have more flowers. I think I'm just gonna make all of them this bright. I need to take out Vivi soon. And it's already 4 hours. This is like one of my longest live streams ever. So that's what you get when you start doing a pixel art live stream. I brought this on myself. Haven't done any kind of workout today either. I can feel that my neck is not enjoying watching into one direction all the time. I don't really have a color palette for this one. But in plenty of my other live streams, I am showing my color palettes in Procreate view, and you're free to copy any of those. Also, I often like add my own palettes as downloads for members. So anybody who is a member, remember to download the palettes. That's like way easier way of like getting them into Procreate rather than color picking them. Maybe I should remove those 3-line shadows here, because I think these are not helping. Yeah. Probably. I'm gonna duplicate this layer and just see. Maybe I can use this area that has that much visual noise into something more worth the space. I don't know, maybe this is something that I need to figure out after the live stream, but it's a possibility. I kind of think that there's a smarter way to use all this space. Okay, now I need to still flip the whole thing. Horizontal. Yep. I don't see anything that is kind of like super disturbing to me, so I'm gonna keep it. Now I'm just gonna do a few really quick effect layers. So overlay. Yes, I think I have done a live stream now with pixel art in it, and it's been a really long time since I've taken Vivi out for a walk, so I can't ignore her more. Yes, I'm talking about you. Meidän pieni kissuli. Kyllä. Vivi, tuukko se tänne? Tuu tähän. Tule. Tule. She's afraid that I will pick her up. I would say a few of the comments. I can't show Vivi because she's too shy to come closer, so I can't grab her. I'm gonna answer the comments, then we need to put an end to this live stream marathon. Nathan is saying, I agree. I used to throw out my skeleton and block drawings because I couldn't just make a finished project when these were just stepping stones to the final. Yes, I agree with that. Young Nguyen is saying, hi Mikko, where do you teach your classes? This year, right now, I am doing course in concept art in Metropolia in Helsinki, but this is only for this spring. Thank you so much for your answer. Do you have the link to the color palettes you use? Yes, I think I already said that. I'm not sure if there are color palettes currently for my members to download. I have a vague idea that I have a color palette there, but there are also tons of color palettes that you can screenshot from my previous live streams in Procreate. Set Tone is saying, I'm pissed you're not angry and you seem very nice. Well, my apologies, but your name says you're angry. You make great art. Yes, I can be angry too. Yes. Sometimes I'm angry at my students because they don't post their artwork online. And I think this is just absolute nonsense. And they should start doing it right away. And if the schools would let me, I would make it mandatory for attending the class and like doing the homework. It should be online. And I wish that I could do that, basically. And it makes me, like, for example, just this, I think it was Tuesday, I saw like homework from one person and it was so good and they don't have an Instagram account. And that made me like really angry. Of course, like you can't get too angry at students, but like it made me really angry that they keep that art from other people and they are doing so much damage to their own career as well, because you can never start building online presence soon enough, because it's not going to come when you're ready and you have great art. It's still going to take years and years, and the sooner you start, the sooner you will learn the language of how to communicate with people and so on. Okay, I'm gonna finish the comments. Famina K saying, hi Mikko, I love your work and just wanted to wish you a lovely evening. Thank you. Maria saying, it looks beautiful. Thanks. I'm pretty happy with this. I don't know where this was going, but like we have bears. I'm like pretty happy. And thank you everybody for joining this live stream. I'm gonna hit the end stream button now, but apparently we can do a live stream and have pixel art. It's going to be like an insanely long live stream, but apparently this is doable. I hope that some of you enjoyed this, and I will see you guys in the next video. Go and paint something or make pixel art. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm not your dad. Okay, bye.